Morning, everybody. Hope everyone's doing wonderfully well. I'm kicking off yet again another trading session. See what's shaking and moving in the business today. Hmm. Game exchange. We got Valero gapping up to the high side. Monster breakout for VLO today. Seeing some continuation. Refineries. Valero is certainly a beast right now. Governor Gavin Newsom says Valero will idle Benicia refinery while continuing gasoline supply through April 2026 and imports thereafter. Valero plans higher gasoline imports to Bay Area amid Northern California refinery and closure. Interesting. VLO ripping here. Morning, YS. Ticker lows. Seeing some strength today in the pre-market. So Lowe's looks like it's got some analyst upgrades. So that's pretty much it, just some analyst upgrades. Interesting. XPO, so a shipping stock. XPO. Pretty light volume though in the pre-market. Let's see what the news is. Class 8 truck sales surged in December through a little full recovery, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. We got Air, ticker AIR, seeing some strength. I'm not too familiar with that one. What is that ticker? Oh, it's Airbus. Airbus. All right, nothing there. Goldman, a little bit of strength in banks today. Wayfair seeing a little bit of a bid. Ticker W. Wow, that Wayfair daily chart looks actually pretty solid. It's a Wayfair daily chart, guys. It looks like it's got a ton of momentum. Let's see what else we got going on here. Let's jump into the NASDAQ top gainers. IDCC Interdigital Inc. seeing some strength. Ticker Glue, volume 6.43 million shares. Let's look at that ticker. What's the news on Glue? Ticker Glue. Monte Rosa Therapeutic shares are trading higher after the company announced interim data for ongoing phase 1 clinical study evaluating MRT 801 8102. ABVX seeing some strength. Wingstop. All right, New York Stock Exchange top losers. UNF, UniFirst Corp, under some pressure in the pre-market, down a few percentage points. Gold miners are seeing some sell-side pressure. What is the news on UNF? Oh, it's just its earnings report, I guess. Interesting. Let's take a peek. You can see the stock is gapping down today, closed at 203, gapping down to 183 and change. Interesting. All right, what else? Coherent, ticker COHR, under a little bit of sell side. Deckers, Southern Copper, SCCO. Copper stocks are under some pressure this morning. As you can see, CCO down about a couple percentage points. In the pre-market, GE Verone under some pressure. Humana, Wheaton Precious Metals, Newmont. All right, let's look at the NASDAQ top losers. A little bit more volatility in the NASDAQ. ASML under some pressure. First Solar down over 4%. Ticker LITE, Lumentum Holdings. That one's been an absolute beast. Decent amount of volume in the pre-market, 116K. Down. SanDisk. Huge volume in the pre-market already, down 2%. SNDK. Definitely a little, I mean, it's not a little, it's a lot extended up here. Look at this SNDK chart. Crazy. That's for sure. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So SNDK is coming in a little bit. Good to see. We got Apogee Enterprises down 18%, Micron down 1.99, ASTS Space Mobile down 6.9%. Is this just a sell program or is it ASTS? What is it, 7th? I guess it's just I guess it's just a technical sell on ASTS. Interesting. Seagate, STX. So some of the stocks that have absolutely been running are down. Evolution Metals getting pummeled. AMAT, Western Digital seeing some sell side. So a lot of the stocks that have been absolutely flying to the upside are seeing some distribution. Let's look at some unusual volume in the NASDAQ, if there's anything worth noting. The only one is this glue. It's up 42% though. 208 million shares on Aspire. Market cap's thin though. Unusual volume. That's pretty much it. I don't want to get into any of these small micro caps. It's not my style. You can make a lot of money, but you can lose everything in those names. All right, most active in the NASDAQ. Same thing, you got a lot of high flyers here. Sea Space, pretty active in the pre-market. Let's go to the New York Stock Exchange. Compass Inc. up 3.8. Anywhere Real Estate Inc. up 10.7. Ticker HOUS, house. A decent amount of sell side pressure in SMR, Big Bear AI this morning. First Majestic, Hecla Mining, Alibaba, Redwire, IONQ, Oklo. Nokia seeing some strength today. Interesting. NVO seeing some strength. Alright, we'll go to some of our most trades. So SMR leading on the New York Stock Exchange for most trades today. If we take a look at SMR, guys, that is one. So looking at the SMR daily chart here, we actually sold yesterday in the pre-market. Where did we exit at? I know it didn't even retest that. Yeah, we sold pretty much right at the high here, 2018. And now the stock is gapping down. I would love to see this go down a little bit more. This could be setting up a potential inverse head and shoulders. I'd like to see that. That would be the ideal play if we pull back. I'd love to see this gap fill. Oh, that would be beautiful. Retest your 7-day gap fill. That would be clean, 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 clean. FCX, big gap down on copper stocks today, guys. Got some hard sell side pressure in some of these names. SCCO, super, super extension. But FCX, beautiful. That is one we shorted yesterday in the investing group. Good to see. that trade is working out pretty much instantaneously, up down 3.2% already, so we're going to be up. Nice to see that. Let's look at Big Bear AI. BBAI, this looks ready for a potential break. A little bit of a back test. This might get a bid back up today. Interesting. Let's quickly go through some of the commodities. WTI crude trying to make a bit of a bullish reversal. You do have crude oil inventories today, so that's going to be super interesting around 10:30 time frame. Natural gas was very, very strong earlier on, getting a little bit faded here, only up 1%. It was up over 3%, but you can see the last couple hours has seen some sell side pressure on natural gas. DXY still putting in a potential hourly chart bull flag. If this hourly impulse candle fails, we're going right back down to 98.20 bucks. 98.20. All right, so this impulse candle needs to hold for the bulls, or else the dollar is going to capitulate again. What do we have? Do we have yields soft today? What are yields doing? Yields are mixed across the spectrum. Down on the long end, also down on the short end, but not as down on the short end of the curve. If we look at what crypto's doing, BTC giving you a nice opportunity. I think if you've missed the long trade, this is now setting up for a retest of your daily 7 moving average. I'd like to see that held today. You might get a little bit of a pierce through that zone, but I think BTC is going to get a nice bid over the coming sessions. The one stock I have on watch today, guys, is Apple. I think Apple is setting up here for a little bit of a dead cat bounce. Apple's triggered a bearish formation on the daily. But, there's always a but, coming into a nice amount of support. Weekly 20, previous high pivot rejection back in 2024. Breakout here, so this should act as a little bit of day tradable support for us. Nice pullback in Apple. I mean, Apple, simply from the high pivot here to your low pivot, is down 9.2%. Again, had you told me that Apple was going to be 9.2% off of its highs, pulling back, and the S&P is still at its all-time high price, I would have said no. The S&P is likely not going to be at all-time highs. So, super impressive price action for the major indices, that's for sure. GME is seeing some strength today. GameStop. Let's look at GME here. Interesting. GameStop gapping up this morning. What is GME moving for? GameStop ties potential Ryan Cohen stock awards to market cap's target up to 100 billion. Oh, come on. And GameStop announced Wednesday that the company's board approved a new long-term performance-based stock option award for CEO Ryan Cohen that provides no guaranteed compensation payouts, only if the company hits aggressive market value and profit targets. The grant covers options on 171.5 million GameStop Class A shares at an exercise price of $20.66 per share, split into 9 tranches that vest solely upon achieving targets for market capitalization and performance EBITDA over the term of the award. The milestone begins at a 20 billion market cap and 2 billion of cumulative performance EBITDA and scale up in 10% increments of the total award. With full vesting requirements, GameStop to reach 100 billion market cap and 10 billion in cumulative performance earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, amortization, which directly links Cohen's potentially lush payout to substantial long-term value. Wow. Huh. Current market cap is 9.3 billion. So basically, there is a very lucrative award, stock option award for the CEO of GameStop if he can 10x the stock from here. So if Ryan Cohen 10x's GameStop from here, he gets paid out huge. Huge. Now the question is, do you think GameStop is going to 10x? Right now it's about a 9.3 billion, needs to get to 100 billion market cap in order for Ryan Cohen to unlock a massive stock option award for Ryan Cohen. So it's kind of a long shot, you have to admit, but hey, it's an incentive, right? I guess we'll see if the apes of Wall Street and whatever they call them are GME apes. Is that what they are? GME apes? I think so. It's crazy. Anyway, so that's some interesting news for GameStop. China's still under pressure. Let's look at some eVTOL stocks here. Archer's looking pretty solid on the daily chart here, guys. Trying to break out. If it clears this high pivot, I mean, just simple box analysis tells you that you've got a pretty decent move, about a $1.50 move to the upside, easily into that $10 handle. Let's look at Joby. Joby. Yeah, Joby's actually ahead of Archer. Joby's broken out of its range here on the daily. Wow. Looking pretty decent for Joby. Let's quickly look at some of these megas. Nvidia still putting in a potential bull flag. Needs to firm up soon. Another small gap up here on Nvidia. Tesla still looking weak, but it might catch a decent bounce here. There's definitely some support. Backtesting a previous breakdown gap here. Tesla's also on watch. I'd love for one more low sweep, but you never know. Let's look at Amazon. Amazon, we did trim our long position yesterday for about 8.3. Small pullback today. I still like Amazon. I think Amazon's going to push higher here. I would love to see a little bit of a flag pattern build right through this gap zone here. No way? You don't think Amazon's going to push? I think it's going to push. We'll see. All right, let's quickly look at a couple of the things here. Let's look at the Google. Googly moogly. Google. Still holding daily 7 and 20. Looks like there's a potential inverse building for another leg higher here on Google. Crazy. What is Google's market cap right now? Is it so Google's market cap is 3.79 trillion. What's Apple's right now? Apple, did it lose 4 trillion? Yeah, Apple. Wow, Google's almost bigger than Apple. That's crazy. Nvidia is the only 4 trillion market cap. So Microsoft is in 4th place. It's Nvidia, Apple, Google, Microsoft. Oh my goodness, what's Amazon's right now? 2.58 trillion. Meta. So right now, if we have Google break out to the high side a little bit more, its market cap is going to go into 2nd place, surpassing Apple. I mean, you look at Apple's daily chart here, and it's just been beaten up over the last couple sessions. This is looking like it's coming into a long level, guys. Long level. Day trade long. Don't think I like it on the swing yet, but day trade long for Apple today, I think that's what I'm looking at for sure. All right, let's see what else we got going. We got 7 minutes till the open. Let's look at the Russell real quick. IWM, huge breakout candle. Still looking solid on the daily, but it could use a little bit of backing and filling. How's QuantumScape doing? Wow, QuantumScape is starting to build a base here. Starting. Hmm. Yeah, it's getting ready for another push here. QS. Not bad. Not bad. All right. Let's put up SPY here. Turn off some of these moving averages. Don't need them. I'm gonna watch Apple here. You need to see Apple hit that weekly 20, guys. If Apple hits that weekly 20, I would look at 260 calls. If you're super aggressive, you can buy 262s. What are they? I think they're 250 increments on Apple, right? If I'm correct. Mm. Let's go with the copy. Still till the open. So far, markets are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure across some individual names. You do have Nvidia strong. SPY is actually still green, but I'm expecting a potential little rejection here. Nvidia is getting a nice pop here right before. Ooh, Apple. Fuck, I want that to be negative. I want it to gap down. Don't leave without me, Apple. Don't you dare leave without me. Come on, go back to the negative side, Apple. Go back to the negative side. I want to take some Apple calls, but I want to see it go down. Flush it. All right. 50 seconds till the open. 50 seconds till the open. Let's make some money. Let's make some money. Don't be surprised if SPY sweeps the highs here and gets faded. I could see it getting faded here. We're on the weekly chart of Apple just because I'm watching that weekly 20 moving average. I want to see what it adjusts to. 261.22 right now. Bitcoin drilling off the open. BTC under some pressure. All right, markets are open, guys. Markets are open. So what is that? 261.28-ish. All right, we'll watch that. 261-ish for Apple. Don't you dare bounce here, Apple. Don't you dare bounce. Don't piss me off. Oh, QQQ slightly negative, flat. Amazon down, Meta down, Tesla strong off the open. SPY, new high there, new all-time high there for SPY. What else we got going on here? Nvidia seeing some sell-side pressure. You got Freeport-McMoRan down a little bit, but well off its highs. Western Digital down 5.3%, getting hammered. All right, Apple's coming in here, guys. Apple, Dapple, coming in. 261.23. You got that weekly 20 moving average. Not a bad spot. SPY looks like a bit of a short up here, at least to me. Bitcoin's still weak. Weak. House up 16. Nvidia dark went negative. Intel strong off the open. Big Bear AI down 2.6. BE. AMD falling again. AMD is getting fully liquidated, down 3%. Netflix strong today, up 1.76. Nvidia getting wrecked off the open here. Western Digital falling sharply. SPY still holding steady here. What's gonna happen here? What's gonna happen? All right, semis are under some near-term pressure, guys. Apple still trying to bounce here intraday. Swept the lows initially and getting a nice buy program. What else we got going on here? PayPal is green. Nvidia back to the green side. Western Digital under a lot of pressure. Nice, down 6.32% on WDC. Let's go. Let's go, WDC. Falling here. Falling sharply. I like it. AMD still getting liquidated. BlackBerry strong. Your semis are under pressure today, guys. Datavolt getting crushed. UVXY is ripping this morning, so VIX is getting bought up. Ooh, it's some sell side pressure hitting the tape today. Amazon looking strong though. Amazon still trying to push. Tesla might catch a bid here. It was strong off the open, got faded, and it not a bad spot here, but I'm just not liking SPY right now. I think we can go a little bit lower. SPY, but Amazon consumer discretionary looks strong. Look at Amazon getting bought up like a monster. Wow. Amazon's ridiculously strong. What's this glue ticker? Glue up 46% and ripping. Wow, Mobile Eye? Are you serious? This one's getting a bid? Damn. Wow, look at ASTS this morning. Big gap down. How's Rocket Lab doing? Rocket Lab also small gap down, but still holding some strength. SLV getting pummeled today, guys. Silver down sharply on the session. 4.78% down on SLV. Gold this morning looking a little bit heavy. All right, guys, natural gas is looking solid here. It defended pre-market low off of the open. here, and looks like it could be setting up for a potential inverse head and shoulders. You can take some lottos on that gas. End of week into that 350. UNG is the ticker to play if you don't have exposure to it. So it might try to do something funny here. We'll see. We will certainly see. Let's look at the Russell here. Russell's still coming in, but still near the highs of the session. Nvidia getting a nice stick to the upside here. UAMY ripping. United States antimony. Let's look at Apple again. Apple's still dog down here. Nice. I like it. I like Apple. Come on. Sell it off. Sell it off. CrowdStrike ripping today. Whew. Intel still ripping. Micron back to the green side. Interesting. Copper stock still under a lot of pressure. Lots of pressure on copper. UNH seeing some downside pressure. $695, 692 call wall on SPY. Big call wall on SPY, 692. Ooh, Apple coming into a potential trade here, guys. I'm gonna look to take Apple here on the long side. That weekly 20 is coming up. SPY dark pool 691.81. Interesting. Okay. 691.81. Who the heck is this? Apple coming into that weekly. All right. We're getting fully liquidated here, guys. Fully liquidated. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, I'm going to go 260 calls on Apple, guys. 260 calls. I want them sub $3 though. Come on. They briefly dipped into that 295 handle. Morning, JP. But Apple, I'm looking at 260 calls. End of week. Damn, that was the low wick there. Don't reverse. Come on. A little bit lower, Apple. A little bit lower. Tap that weekly 20. Come on. Nvidia still looking weak. Copper still looking weak. Come on. Come on. Natural gas ripping. Western Digital still getting smoked. AMD down 3%. Tesla still green. Big Berry Eye getting hit hard, down 4.84%. Plug down. Micron down. Ondas down. So a lot of your high flyers, guys, that have been running over the last few sessions are getting liquidated here. Hmm. Markets are still holding up quite well here, guys. Alaska Airlines ordered 110 Boeing. Yeah, Boeing's got such a big backlog, years and years and years. They've got such a big monopoly in the actual commercial airline space. I mean, the company's solid. It's going to go up and to the right over time, for sure. Come on, Apple, a little bit lower. A little bit lower, Apple. Western Digital hammered down 6.8%. You'll buy Apple with me? Nice, nice. Beautiful. So, a couple of our short trades, guys, that we took yesterday in the members investing group, we shorted FCX. That is capitulating today, down 3.24%. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We also shorted in the investing group Western Digital. That is now down 6.98%. So, both new trade setups that we took yesterday are working out quite well on the short side. I'm still liking Apple down here, guys. I'm looking at 260 calls. 260 calls. Indices are weird. I don't know what they're doing to SPY. I mean, it's just so relentlessly strong up here. But I'm looking at the long side of Apple here. But I want those 260s to be under $3. I'm hoping that Apple can at least tap that weekly 20 moving average, which is at 261.20. 261.20. Wow, look at SPY absolutely ripping. Ripping here. Crazy move. Crazy. Here come by the dippers. Zero DTE squeeze. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Bitcoin, fat stick on the hourly chart getting gobbled up like it's nobody's business. All right, you got some of the rare earths. Critical CRML ripping. Intel up 4.67%, ripping. Tesla up 1.17, it's ripping to the upside. AMD still a dog, getting sold. Nvidia green up 0.4. Western Digital still getting fully liquidated, down 7.4% on WDC. We potentially have a blow-off weekly candle that occurred yesterday. SMR down 2.6, SMCI down, uranium slightly negative, United Health down, Amazon having another strong day, silver, SLV down 5%, guys, on SLV. Nasty. Ethereum getting hit really, really hard. Ooh, Chipotle having a really solid session here. I like it. I like my CMG. It's not even lunchtime and Chipotle ripping. CMG flying to the high side. Took profits on my Chipotle, ticker CMG. Just sold my common shares. Beautiful. Why I'm selling here is it's had a phenomenal bounce off of the lows. It's coming into a little bit of a near-term resistance. Daily EMA 113, gap fill. A little extended here intraday. Could it go higher? Sure, but I'm taking my profit since we're a little extended here. But nice job if you caught Chipotle with us. This one was one that we got actually caught in the gap down since we were able to maneuver and manage the position. With proper risk management, the trade worked out quite nicely. So I'm all out of CMG, Chipotle Mexican Grill. Printed. Wow, look at UPS go. Oh my goodness. Is that a blow-off move in UPS? Maybe. Maybe. Natural gas still quietly creeping above its OR low. Nvidia, fat candle to the upside. Oh my goodness. Fat candle. Eli Lilly. Ridiculous. Look at that. Up 4.5% on Lilly. Monster move. LLY. MSTR strong. UAMY strong. Snap. Another day where Snapchat is roaring. Market is just full bull beast mode. Look at that Apple reversal. Wow. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right, don't be surprised if you get a small pullback here, guys. I think you could. I think you could. Just be careful. Look at WDC down 8.55%. Nasty. How's Micron doing? Still holding steady. AMD. AMD is just getting fully liquidated over the past few trading sessions. That's nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Freeport McMoran, guys, still getting hammered today. I like it. Copper we shorted yesterday. Beautiful. SCCO getting fully liquidated today. Look at JP Morgan. This is a concern. JPM down sharply. Surprised the market's this firm here. Very surprising. Nvidia ripping. Tempest AI ripping. Uranium trying to turn green. What are these nuclears doing? SMRs getting a little bit of a buy program, defending point of control. I was hoping for a little bit lower. Oklo, oh my goodness, look at Oklo go. We do have some 10 a.m. data, guys. Lots of data coming out at 10 a.m. and 10:30. All right, so we're getting some firming up in your magnificence. You got Tesla 0.8. Google absolutely ripping. I think Google's maybe bigger now. I think Google's in second place for market cap. With that big stick, up 2.4. Apple's green, Nvidia 0.7, Microsoft ripping up 1%, Amazon up 0.7. Your Russell lagging still a little bit. Wow, look at Google go. Apple's still getting a bit of a buy program here. Never officially kissed my level, missed me by a few pennies. We'll see if it wants to come back down though. We are hitting a massive deviation band here on SPY, sweeping the highs. What do we have? 690 put wall, 692 call wall. Interesting. We still have some bullish price action across the board, guys. Bullish price action. Fuck. Are you serious? Western Digital still getting hammered here. IWM still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Apple still getting liquidated here. SPY running into a little bit of resistance. Natural gas still surging. Beautiful price action in nat gas. Apple still selling off a little bit here. IWM under quite a bit of pressure here. SPY's trying to push back higher here. You just cut your Tesla for a loss? Yeah, market's strong here. We got 10 a.m. data coming up here. 10 a.m. data. We got more job data coming out here momentarily. Looking at YS is looking at ASML, SNDK, and MU for a short or for a flush, sorry. Yeah, I mean, I think the markets can pull back here for sure. I really, really do. Super strong. Western Digital still very, very weak here. Freeport McMoran, copper down. Silver still getting hit. China under some pressure. Financials under some pressure. JP Morgan selling. Your Russell's negative right now. Dow is negative, so that's leaning on the S&P a little bit. Bitcoin down 1.9. Gold still down 1. We got some data in 5 minutes, guys. 10 a.m. data coming out in 5 minutes. Lots of data here to influence the market. Absolutely ripping to the upside today. So this is the first time where Nvidia gapped up, sold off initially, and now it's getting bought up like a friggin' freight train here. It's just ripping. It's going to be hard for the market to sell off with Nvidia, but I mean, yesterday I thought it was difficult for the market to retain its gains when you had massive sell side pressure in mags. Today, I mean, Google, Nvidia, your number one and number two largest companies are just ripping to the upside. All right, we got some 10 a.m. data, guys. Be ready for that 10 a.m. wick. If you get an impulse candle, I think it's a bit of a short, but we could spike pretty high here. We could. It's a call wall. So what do we got? We got that 692 call wall, 690 put wall. Still trading into a massive deviation band here. Wow, WDC down 10%. I like it. Beautiful. WDC is paying to the downside. We shorted WDC yesterday in the investing group. Two of our new trade setups. One was WDC short and one was Freeport McMoran short. Both trades are working out quite nicely. All right, Nvidia is still freaking strong. IWM looking very weak here. Very, very weak. Let's look at this SPX hourly chart here, as we are still blasting through previous all-time highs here. Hourly chart is strong. SPY has a short-term sell signal, but doesn't guarantee a sell. Sorry, we got some ISM manufacturing data. JOLTS is going to be important. JOLTS data, but it's November's data for JOLTS. Nvidia is just ripping. Oh my goodness, Nvidia is just a monster today. Absolutely flying to 190 handle right now. 15 seconds. Here we go. Hold on to your hats. Hold on to your hats. All right, factory orders declined by 1.3%, missing expectations. ADP jolts 7.14 million, coming in worse than expected. So far, the dollar's popping. Interesting. Dollar is popping here. Nasty decline, guys, in the market here. Nasty. Sell program hitting the tape. Your dollar's popping. Apple's drilling. A little bit of a spike in yields. Your 2-year yield has gone green. 10-year yield is still slightly negative, but firming up. Your IWM continues to drip lower, down 0.39%. QQQ and SPY still green, but SPY's about to go red here. We are seeing some sell side pressure hitting the tape here. Here we go. Nvidia seeing some sell side pressure now. Again, when financials like JP Morgan are down 2.2%, difficult for it to hold. More selling hitting the tape here, guys. More selling. IWM is melting, losing 255. Big level here, approaching dark pool print on SPY. Back underneath prior day high and its previous SPX all-time high. We'll see what happens here. Nasty selling hitting the tape. Dollar's still trying to bounce here. If we lose this support here, guys, this pivot low, we're going to flush to maybe even the 690.82, potentially 690 on the cards. Potentially. Lots of red is starting to appear on the screen here again. Still have strength in Amazon, Google, Tesla still green, but looking like it wants to go red here. SPY has just gone negative, guys. SPY just briefly went negative. If Amazon and Google start to sell in here, this market can go much lower. Getting a little bit. Did you hit some SPY support? Big buy. Still ridiculously strong. IWM is absolutely melting to the downside here. Amazon starting to curl in a little bit. SPY is still trying to hold steady. Still super strong, guys. NVDA making a nice move, pushing, keeping a little bit of a lid on the selling here. Again, there's a strong chance we can retest the hourly 7 moving average here on SPX. There it is. Nvidia, new high of day. Oh my goodness, Nvidia is just a beast right now. Absolute beast. Markets are trying to stabilize and get a bit of a buy program here. Just do one Nvidia put until next Friday? No, I'm long Nvidia. I can't short Nvidia here. Nvidia's Nvidia's still looking strong. Big bounce in the market here, guys. Big bounce. Buy program coming back into the picture. Nvidia's fully ripping here. Oh my goodness. Gracious me. Are you EXY initial pop getting ridiculously faded here on your dollar indice? SPY still remarkably strong up here. Still ripping to the upside. All right, it's important to watch Nvidia here. If it runs into some sell side pressure off of prior day high, it's still a couple of bucks away from prior day high, but Nvidia is kind of helping the market bounce here and stays somewhat elevated. Apple's still ridiculously weak here, guys. I was looking at it for long, but I'm not too sure anymore. It's coming into that weekly 20 moving average, but I don't know anymore. It's crazy. The IWM fully nasty here too. No support was established during this ridiculous squeeze into the end of the day. So we could still see quite a bit of sell side. Market's still trying to stabilize here. Google still super strong at the highs. IWM still selling off here, guys. Russell's looking weak. IWM still down 0.6% at the lows, coming into a little bit of support here on your 15-minute chart. SPY testing that dark pool print. Amazon still ripping. Nvidia still holding the majority of its gains. Google still holding the majority of its gains. A little bit of top wick selling. SPY starting to drill a little bit. Come on, break this bear flag. Hard bar down. Hard bar down. Take us. Amazon, new high of day, still a beast. All right, your dollar index, guys, DXY, starting to firm up again. Keep watch of that DXY. It is starting to print to the high side again after it got slapped back down. Gold still getting fully liquidated, down 1.42%. Silver down 5.64%. Crude oil down 0.67%. Crude oil is the next data set, guys, that we have at 10:30. We got crude oil inventory set to be released. Again, this would be a healthy pullback. If SPX can retest the 69.37 hourly chart support, that would be a good pullback for the grand market, the whole market here. We're still super extended up here. So a pullback should be welcomed intraday. It would reset some, smaller time frame, hourly time frame indicators. Still have some mag names that are trying to hold some structure here. But IWM getting fully liquidated here. All right, SPY looks like it's ready for that next leg down. Very close to breaking a little bit of a bear flag here on SPY. Sitting right on that 2-minute EMA. IWM is still melting here, guys. Still melting on the Russell. All right, SPY's trying to take out that low candle selling here. Could see a nice flush. Still keeping the market pretty solid up here. Pretty solid. Selling, hitting the TP. A little bit of intraday support on your 3-minute chart coming into play. Still pretty heavy here. Nvidia really hasn't sold off. Google hasn't sold off, and Amazon hasn't sold off. Your dollar just absolutely ripped, guys. DXY still flying to the upside. This market is drilling right now. Drilling. Your QQQ is still holding steady. It's positive on the session, so mag names are holding quite well here. SPY and IWM are being dragged down. There's components in financials and miners that are really hurting the S&P. Materials are hurting the S&P, but your DXY fully bully guys ripping to the upside. It is green on the session. SPY's barely negative. QQQ is still holding some structure here. Qs are still holding really, really firmly at the highs here. Puts, close my puts. That was beautiful. That was beautiful short. All right, selling. Everything is still acting okay. Let's look at, we back test that hourly moving average, so we might get defended here, guys. We might be defended here. Apple's still actually holding quite steady. Let's look at some Apple calls. We might push up from here. Market's still in bullish alignment on your larger time frames. What's interesting is we said in the SPX group, we warned about the 5 and 15 minute giving us a sell side signal on the S&P 500. And that's exactly what happened. Took 50% gain on my SPY puts. Apple's catching a nice bid here, trying to firm up. SPY still trying to gather a little bit of liquidity down here. Nvidia is still ridiculously strong. bounce on your S&P. It's still under some pressure. Dollar's still pushing here, guys. DXY is still trying to push. Interesting. Look at this dollar index. Ripping, trying to break out of a bit of a flag pattern here. It's crushing gold. It's crushing silver today. SLV down sharply. Copper stocks are still trying to bounce, but under a lot of pressure. Western Digital still under a ton of pressure. How's AppLovin doing? That's trying to bounce here. Interesting. Apple's still getting a little bit of a buy program off the lows. Again, SPX still trying to hold that hourly chart support. It's still somewhat heavy here, guys. Amazon's still holding structure here. Tempest AI, very strong, guys. Our TEM $70 calls are green and in the money, guys. Tempest AI, that was our January stock pick for those of you that have the monthly stock pick membership. Tempest was our pick for January, and look at that bounce off of the lows. A nice 21% bounce from low to high. Stunning price action, to say the least. So our $70 calls are green. I'm still going to look to hold. SPY going back down for another little retest potentially. Taking a little bit of a breather. Is IWM along here? Caleb asking. Let's take a peek at the Russell. Yeah, maybe for a scalp. Maybe for a scalp. There's definitely some support here. I was personally looking at the 253 value area high, 253.53. But it might not get there. This might be it. And the Russell's still looking strong. Yeah, it's still looking really strong. So if you want to take it here, just keep your stop loss kind of at the low of day today. But yeah, that might be the low. Could be it. Is looking stronger here, like it wants to bounce potentially. Looking across the landscape, guys, look at Intel, just a beast. Up 11% today. Holy moly, Intel. What are you on today? Broadcom, AVGO up 1.3%. Nvidia still looking to break out of that bull flag. Let me be clear, guys. I said today in the SPX group that the 5 and 15 was a sell signal on SPY. That's what we just got. Hourly, 4-hour, and daily on SPY is still a strong buy. So dips are probably going to get accumulated. And there's a bit of a different structure that we're observing today. Yesterday we saw the market S&P ridiculously strong. You had relative strength in the market and mags were selling off tremendously. Today you actually have relative strength in your mags. QQQ, Amazon, Microsoft, Nvidia, Google, Tesla, Meta, Apple are kind of outliers, are still weak. But we all know typically when the mags rally, it kind of allows the market to hold up quite a bit more. So the dips are still probably going to get bought here. I mean, look at the QQQ. QQQ wants its all-time high, right? There's a bit of a difference here on the Qs. I posted this chart a couple days ago in the group, in the options group, and I said, this is a bullish market. We've broken out of an inverted head and shoulders here on the Qs. But remember, the S&P, SPY, and SPX made new all-time highs yesterday. And the Qs still are well off of their highs. So we'll see if the Qs want to play catch up. Usually, that's what happens. I'll post the free trading link here, Caleb, for you. Telegram. But the bullish charts and videos I was posting in the options group. The crude oil inventories, guys, are out. I totally forgot to look at it. Let's see what crude's doing. Crude oil falling here a little bit. Let me see what the number is. Crude oil inventories minus 3.83 million versus the consensus of minus 1.2. So typically that should be bullish, but right now it is getting slightly rejected off of the lows. Let's look at energy stocks here. Crude oil is still in a very bear. Look at that rejection on XOM. I mean, wow. What a free fall. See if Valero's holding its gains. Yeah, Valero's still holding. CVX, I believe. Yeah. Okay. S&P ridiculously strong right now. Ridiculously strong. Market is pushing here. Western Digital catching a little bit of a bounce. SPY ripping. Freeport getting bid up here, guys. DocuSign having a really good day. BlackBerry having a good day. Databolt down 14%. Financials are still super weak. Meta struggling. UNG still up a couple percent. Tempest AI is still strong. Look at the market. We bouncing, guys. We bouncing. So it back tested the level that I wanted. That hourly 7 moving average. And now we're still pushing. SPY, big bounce. See if we can recapture that opening range low candle. We're still technically below it. So SPY can always revisit the lows again. If we get rejected off this PDH and OR low, we'll certainly watch it. But nice price action. You got really decent charts on Nvidia, Google, Amazon still holding amazing intraday chart patterns here. It's been a great start to the year. I'm already up 7% this year on my port with those nice trading profits from yesterday on the swing side. Snapchat's still a full beast right now, pushing. That was a nice little profitable trade. SMR catching a decent bounce here. SMR is building a potential little bull flag here. TEM, wow, what a beast. Look at that move on Tempest. That is filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. S&P. Selling the rest of my Tempest calls, TEM, $70 calls. I'm going to take my full profits. Always look to re-enter that trade setup. All right, so I just pulled full profits out of Tempest AI. Nvidia is starting to lose a little bit of momentum here. VIX is still elevated here, UVXY. That's kind of interesting. Very interesting. Look at the cues, guys, how bullish we are still. Whoa, what the heck? Is that a news candle? That must be news, guys. Holy moly, what the heck was that? Wow. Oh my goodness, is there news, guys? What the heck is going on here? That's a news candle for sure. That's a news for sure. Whoa. Boom. What the hell was that? 1039? I don't even know what hit the tape there. Wow. What a friggin' rejection. Man, I was thinking of taking puts. That's crazy. Apple and SoFi so dumb. Nvidia hard stick down. Hard stick down. S&P got slapped right there. Was that Apple? Yeah, Apple right back down. All right, this is where Apple gets interesting, guys. I've been patient with Apple. I've been wanting to get into 260 calls. Whoa. Man, that was filthy, that decline there. ASML is just crazy, yeah. I'm trying to see what happened for if that wasn't that looked like a news candle, guys. I don't know if that was news or not. It looks to me like it was. That was crazy. All right, I'm going to look at Apple 260 calls here. It's very aggressive and risky, but they're now under $3. Come on, one more low of day, Apple. One more. Oh, Nvidia is trying to hold China orders. That's what it was. Nvidia news. Nvidia saying they're going to halt China orders. That's crazy. SPY's still holding steady there. Look at that buy program. Like Maduro just escaped? Yeah. All right, natural gas drilling. Your dollar index is falling again, guys. DXY falling. This is where BTC Could potentially catch a little bit of a bid. Same thing with your precious metals, gold and silver. They like that weak dollar. Dollar has been choppy and sloppy all day. All day. SPY still seeing a little bit of selling here. BTC gaining some liquidity here. SPY is trying to go back to the dark side. IWM still under some pressure. Nvidia still selling a little bit here. Lots of selling off the open today for SPY. Apple's almost acting like an inverse stock again of the market. Very weird. Very weird price action. You can even see as SPY's starting to drip here, Apple's gaining a little bit of liquidity. Very weird. Nvidia drilling here, guys. Google starting to flail around a little bit. SPY underneath dark pool print. What's happening here? I got a big value area high on SPY around 689.57. Your first fib retrace is 690.79-ish. SPY catching a little bit of a bid here. Google still forming a potential 10-minute bull flag. Caleb's got March calls for Apple. Nice. Nice. What strike? March. What strike you got? SPY still holding technical structure. SPY still holding some resiliency here. Needs to get above this 692.24 area, and then we could rip back to the highs. SPY looking decent again. Google trying to press a little bit higher here. SPY getting a really big bounce. Looking a little bit more constructive. You still have Apple negative, Meta negative. JP Morgan getting hammered today, down 2.88%. So if Apple can go green and Meta, the Qs will rip again. See if Apple can recapture its prior day low. See Apple starting to gain some liquidity. Come on, Apple. Give me a big stick. Give me a big stick, Apple. Give it to me. Give it to me like what? Give it to me like what? Get your big ass up off the ground. Natural gas falling. Microsoft Nvidia still ripping. Google still ripping. Amazon still holding structure. Bitcoin catching some liquidity now. Markets trying to firm up across the board. Micron's back to the green side. Copper stocks are continuing to bounce here. Still got silver weak, gold weak, financials weak. Uranium and SMR are back to the green side. UVXY is still green, guys. SPY is recapturing OR low. Back inside our opening range here on SPY. Usually indicates a bullish move here. So what is that candle? That candle is, the high of it is 263.45, I think is where Apple can retest. Market's still bullish, guys. SPY starting to make another move here. Guys, QQQ is flying here. New high of day for your QQQ ripping. Let's go. Push it, Qs, man. Our 6:30 QQQ calls are waking up. Let's go. Qs, push it. Inverse head and shoulders breakout on the hourly chart for your QQQ. Inverse head and shoulders breakout and confirming potentially in about 2.5 hours on the 4-hour chart. We are still looking crazy bullish in your NASDAQ QQQ. Are the Qs going to test their highs just like SPY? Most likely. Most likely. I wonder if we can have a move into that gap fill today. Imagine the Qs can rally another 1% to the upside today to 632. There's a potential. I mean, there's some bullish charts in MAG here. 690, 630. No. That would be crazy. I mean, there's a gap at 627-ish. That's probably where the Qs want to go. Apple needs to get its big ass off the ground. Apple's starting to move, guys. Apple's starting to move. Qs are still ripping here. QQQ ripping. SPY looking good here. Come on, Apple. Get your big ass going. All right, Nvidia's seeing a little bit of selling. Google's seeing some selling. The dollar trying to firm up again here. DXY trying again. Wow. So strong, the DXY. Lots of chop on your dollar and currency markets. Caleb saying, come on, SoFi. Let's take a peek at Mr. SoFi. Buy now, pay later, SoFi. Yeah, SoFi trying here. Down 1.2%. Still a very choppy chart here. This one's tough. It's a tough trade. Very tough. I mean, there's definitely a little bit of support, but it's a tough one. Apple trying to get through that prior day low, PDL. Got a 5-minute candle bullish close above PDL. Come on, Apple. Get going. QQQ still holding some bullish structure. SPY still trying here. Nvidia is still softening up a little bit here. SMCI a dog, that's down 1.42. SMR gaining some liquidity. Amazon still ridiculously strong. Bitcoin pulling back a little bit more now. Google touch of selling. Dollar still pressing. SPY still trying to grind here. Give me a sec, guys. Just 1 second. Be right back. S&P is still trying to push here. Apple's stuck. Bitcoin's still pulling back. Oh, what else we got going on here? Nike pulling back today, giving a little bit of an entry opportunity. Probably gonna back and fill a little bit on Nike. So QQQ still pulling this market higher here. You got bullish price action still consolidating nicely on Google, building a potential 10-minute bull flag pattern. SPY is starting to potentially try to go for that opening range high candle. We'll see if it can get through that. Apple's still pretty weak, but if Apple can turn positive here and get through that prior day low, does have potentially quite a bit of runway to at least 263.50. I mean, Amazon is just crazy today. Look at that. I wish I freaking put more. I wish I took call options. I just bought common shares down here off that dip 223. I mean, we're printing 9% up here on our commons, but damn, I wish I took some calls. Amazon is crazy strong right now. Just ridiculous. Apple's still trying to hold 262, still stuck right under that PDL level. It's trying. Big ripper on SPY, guys. Wonderful price action. Apple's starting to give up some momentum here. Apple melting a little bit. SPY still holding steady. Bitcoin still trying to bounce. Microsoft is ripping still. MSFT. Bitcoin making a move here, trying to defend PDL. BTC looking a bit better. Hughes, new high of day, just flying, guys. QQQ is absolutely flying to the high side. Nice. Our QQQ calls, guys, on the swing trading. Um, I don't think. I mean, if it's zeros, if it's zero DTEs, I mean, it's not a bad area to take profits. You're doing a high pivot sweep. But it looks like I think the Qs can get to this gap fill today. I think this is where the Qs are heading today. 627.60-ish, this little gap fill. I'm still in QQQ calls. It's a swing trade with members. I'm in the 630s for February 6th. I got in at 985. Right now we're trading at 1140, so I'm up about, what is that, 15% or so. Just over 15%. I'm up in my Qs, so I'm still holding. I've got lots of time, but those are the only QQQ calls that I've. Yours are a day? Yeah, I mean, it's up to you, right? Depends on how big of a position it is. It's had a nice move. If you're up, trim it. You can leave runners with a break even. You know, there's always a risk of a pullback, but I still think we're very bullish. We've broken out. It's just a matter of how much theta decay are they going to do? How quickly are they going to push us up here? All right. And we're in this little bit of a weird phase here intraday on SPY where you got your high, you got a lower low here. You're potentially trying to form a lower high, but Qs are fully bullish, guys. Higher highs, higher lows. I mean, your NASDAQ is looking like it's trying to play some catch up here. I mean, are we extended a touch? Not too bad, honestly. Not too bad. 10-minute chart, yeah, you could still go a little bit higher, but that gap fill looks pretty enticing. I think that's where we're going today on the Qs. Let me actually just isolate that down here. Yeah, 627 looks decent there. 627. All right, Apple still trying to firm up here, getting through that PDL level. QQQ is just remarkably bullish right now. Still pushing a little bit of resistance up here on SPY though. There definitely is. There's definitely some resistance up here on SPY, but I don't know if it's a short. I don't think it's a short. Natural gas trying to push up again. It's up 2.5%, trying to recapture OR low. Your DXY is trying to also push up a little bit. BTC still trying to push up a little bit. SoFi. Let's take a peek. You got the February 20th $42 calls. Holy shit, Caleb. February 20th, 42s? Jeez. That's a big move you're expecting. That's way out of the money. I mean, that's like a grand slam you're expecting. Not a probable trade. Not a probable trade. Very unlikely to play out. 42s, you have that right? February 20th, $42. So in a month, you want SoFi to rally 59%. Yeah, that's not going to play out. You got to get some crazy news, which even then is still unlikely. Like, we look at this move here. Let's just do it from this move. So this was a $21.50 move. You're expecting a 1560 move in 20 days or in a month, where this was what, from April to September, April, May, June, July, August, September. So this did 2150 in 5 months. If you match $15 move here, let's go there. $15 move took SoFi here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Call it 16 to 17 weeks. So 4, 8, 12, 16. That was 4 months. It took SoFi to move that much. So I don't know, unless you're tailing some sort of a speculative long, if there's some sort of a flow that you've seen, that's a lotto and a half, but very unlikely to play out. Very unlikely. I mean, if this turns out to be an inverse head and shoulders and SoFi holds here, um, you could make a run for the highs again, gap fill. 32s are a little bit more probable, but I don't like that. I wouldn't be in that. That's a tough one. You got to be super lucky. Literally, I don't know what's going to cause SoFi to remove like that, but that's a lotto. It's a big time lotto. All right, so basically just one trade for me in the books. Day trading scalp. I caught a nice little short on SPY, the SPX group, netted 50% gain. And I am in another day trade right now, which we're up about 15%, but looking for more. All right, NVIDIA trying to make another push here. SPY still struggling. Am I saying there's a chance? There's always a chance, but very unlikely. I mean, you're probably more likely to hit the Powerball than that SoFi trade. What made you take that trade? Did you see some flow? I mean, that's a huge move in SoFi. Oh, poor. No, I wouldn't. I would definitely not do that. Please don't do that. Unusual options. Remind me, maybe maybe they're speculating about the S&P 500 inclusion. Let me see when the next when SoFi's not, I can't remember. SoFi in the S&P? I don't think it is. Is when's the next S&P 500 inclusion? Let's see. The next S&P 500 inclusion is expected after market close on Friday, March 6th, 2026. Who is expected to join the S? I was in already. What is SoFi's market cap right now? We're rolling over here. Gotta get rich quick. Yeah, but that's I don't know. Yeah, so SoFi is on the list for a contender to be potentially added to the S&P 500 on the next balance, but the the betting markets have the highest probabilities for ticker VRT. Veritiv Holdings is the most likeliest candidate to be added to the S&P 500 on the next rebalancing. So, 71% odds of being added in Q1 2026 to the S&P 500. Interesting. Going lower, guys. This looks like it's going to take out the lows again. BTC is looking much better here, guys. Bitcoin looking really solid, trying to get above its pre-market low. All right, guys, nothing wrong with the market right now. Still consolidating, looking pretty good, in my opinion. Apple's making a nice reversal off of the lows. A little bit of a low of day liquidity sweep, bullish reversal off of the lows. Apple could still go green today. Looking much, much better. You have a falling wedge pattern intraday on Apple that looks poised for a potential, at least a test of a breakout. I have it mapped in today. As long as the S&P doesn't start to fall back below its prior day high, that Apple could actually test this 263.50 zone. Your dollar's still trying to push up a little bit. Nvidia's chopping sideways. Google holding sideways. Bitcoin getting rejected off a pre-market low. So we're still seeing the S&P grinding, potential inverse head and shoulders here. I'd like to see a breakout. Can be brutal, that's for sure. Chop is brutal sometimes. Chop is brutal. What a surge here in Spyland. New all-time high, ripping. Nvidia looks like it's going to break out very soon. QQQ 626 and ripping. Absolutely flying to the high side on Q's new high of day. We're going into that 627.50 gap fill. That's where it looks like we're going. Big move in the market here. Apple firming up. BTC catching a bid. What a play in the market there. Wow. Yep, IWM making a nice reversal. Market's bullish. Look at this breakout. It's fully bullish here. It's still pretty trendy here, guys. Ridiculously strong. We're still there in Mobileye. That's filthy. Jeez. And OK still trying to break out here. Nokia. Nokia. Vale. Absolutely ridiculous. OKE coming in. How's SLB? Schlumberger. CRML still trying to squeeze higher here. Airlines are doing well. AAL breaking out to the high side looks very solid. Open Door's been quiet recently. Trying to carve out a little bit of a bottom. How's Grab? Grab. This one's another one that has kind of lost interest with retail investors. BBAI still struggling here. Nvidia is starting to get going, guys. NVDA. QQQ still absolutely flying to the high side, guys. This market is crazy bullish right now. Ridiculously bullish. What else we got going on here? How's GME doing with that pay package compensation? A little bit of a pullback on GME. There might be a bit of a trade here on GME, just purely based on momentum. So we got going. Let's look at NIO. What a squeeze on the market, guys. QQQ absolutely flying here, guys. Wow. What a move. What a move. We're coming into that gap fill target, so QQQ getting close to gap fill. That's the level where I have some major resistance at. Gap fill resistance, guys, coming up. There's a well, it's just starting to break out of this falling wedge pattern, guys. Well, starting to uplift here, guys. This market can squeeze higher. Wow. Market squeezy, guys. This market is absolutely squeezy. Let's see how the Qs react at this gap fill. Very close. Feel like we are going to get there. QQQ hitting gap fill into a little bit of resistance here, guys. We could see a minor pullback. Market's still super strong. Upside target potentially is this 694.50. They're still squeezing. Through the gap on the Qs. Market is in full squeeze mode. Market is squeezy here. Big squeeze in the market, guys. Look at this QQQ flying through the gap. Surprised there hasn't been any sort of resistance there. Nvidia, Apple still trying to break here. Wow. Play some resistance up here. Just be careful if you're trying to chase calls. We could see a little bit of selling, but market's freaking ridiculously strong. Still in bull mode. Apple's trying to break out of a falling wedge. Selling at the gap fill on QQQ. there should be some profit taking here. It's been a nice intraday rally on the Qs. You've now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive hourly green candles in a row on the Qs. So guys, I just took profits on my Amazon. I'm all out of my common shares. Took profits on my Amazon. All out. AMZN. I'm raising stops on my QQQ calls, guys. QQQ call. My 630s, I'm putting an in the money stop by $1. So trade is going to be risk free. Small pullback off the gap, micro scalp opportunity. Market still trending. Upside target on SPY based off of this little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. Takes the SPY to 694.50 and change. That's where we could be heading. Market's still super bullish. All right. Yeah, I don't really like Apple 230. Apple's, like I said, disconnected from the market here, and it has triggered a Head and Shoulders, a pretty clean one on the daily. I mean, you might get some backing and filling and a push to pay 270, but as long as you stay below that neckline, this is full bear. And again, I don't like the fact that the S&P has been rallying to new all-time highs when Apple has been falling here. So it's a tough one. I mean, there's weekly chart support, definitely is. Backtesting a previous high pivot, weekly 20. I mean, technically it's your first major pullback from all-time highs. So if you want to take it, and again, I'm on the fence with it. If you want to take it, I would make sure that if you lose this weekly 20 moving average, which is 261.21, you probably have to stop out of the trade. So just keep it on a short leash if you're going to take it. What is it? January, February, March, so 2 months. 2 months back to 300? No, I don't think 300's in the cards for it. At most, maybe a retest of double top, but tough pattern here for me. Tough pattern. The one thing I don't like about Apple is when you broke out here, it had a straight shot. So really, if you lose this pivot as support, this thing can tumble and fulfill that target pretty easily. And Apple respects support and resistance quite a bit. I mean, you can see this little channel going all the way back to 2022, low pivot, high pivot, low pivot, peekaboo breakout through the channel, rejection. So tough one. It's a tough one. But it's not a bad spot to try it. But again, you lose that weekly 20, you want to get out of it. And right now, Apple intraday is looking a little bit more bullish. Falling wedge pattern, statistically bullish, guys. So Apple does look like it has some room to run here. As we have natural gas trying to break out of its high of day, UNG up 3.81%, potential inverse head and shoulders breakout. Big decline in SPY. Natural gas spiking here, guys. Trying to break out through its OR high. Red SPY's getting hammered here. Pretty hard. Potential little buyable spot here for a scalp long on SPY. If we lose this area, you could see a quick flush down back to your breakout of your neckline. Market's still bullish on the larger time frames, even with this pullback. I did take a stab at the Apple 260 calls for January 9th on that dip. Let's see what happens here in the tape. SPX still pulling back a little bit. Natural gas has had a nice breakout intraday. See if it can hold these gains and push. Apple's getting a buy signal on the hourly chart. Just got a buy signal. Market's heavy though. Still melting here. QQQ can easily revisit the highs from today. Qs can easily revisit the highs. Yes, we did. So in our SPX trading group, we were able to catch a nice short on this decline. Now we're flipping back long. JP and I were discussing it. Sent out the alert. And did a nice profitable short trade there on SPY. Let's see if we can now flip back to the bullish side. They paid out a little bit of short dated puts. Apple snaked all the breakout buyers up here. And now it's looking like it's putting in a bit of a bottom here. SPY still trying to shake out some weak hands here. Come on, Apple, get your big butt up off the ground. S&P still rolling over a bit. Seven 10-minute down candles in a row. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven consecutive down candles on SPY 10-minute chart. Ooh, big dip there. Big dip. Let's see if they buy it back up. Getting a little bit interesting here. Bitcoin starting to sell a little bit. Nvidia curling down. Oof. Apple starting to lose a little bit of momentum here again. Same thing with SPY. SPY's still struggling. This is now a back test of the breakout neckline. What a sell. What a sell in the market right now. Testing opening range low, back testing the breakout neckline. The bulls need to defend here. You don't want to start losing prior day high. Apple still losing a little bit of momentum here. ASML finally moving down. Yeah, market had a good pullback. Even with this pullback, QQQ still very bullish. SPY still very bullish. You're just getting a little bit of short-term time frame distribution. But I wouldn't be surprised for a pretty epic bounce at some point. They're getting hit here pretty hard here, guys. Pretty hard. Chart support on SPX, but still a nasty sell here into the afternoon trading session. Still seeing some heavy sell side pressure. Apple breaking down here. Uh-oh. Apple going to the lows or what? Sell program on Apple. Still seeing some heavy selling in the S&P. Seeing the market nicely here. Back tested the breakout zone. Again, the larger time frames are still buy the dip, guys. So small time frame, even though we went through a sell program, large time frame is still buy the dip in full force. It's on Apple. Nvidia is still curling down. Absolutely flying, guys. Google's breaking out to high of day. Wow, Google's ripping, ripping. Google breaking out. Still ripping, big bounce. Apple's trying to rip. Still flying, guys. Breaking out to the high side on Google. QQQ big bounce. Again, your QQQ could still revisit the highs here, in my opinion. Nvidia is still curling down. Google ripping. Qs are still trying to bounce. Apple still trying to carve out a base. It's flying here, guys. Look at Google's chart. Oh my goodness, just absolutely ripping to the upside. It is crazy strong on Google, just printing to the high side. It was still soaring. Oh my God, look at Google, 324.74 printing. Holy moly, Google's a beast right now. nicely. Just took 693 SPY calls at the bottom here. Took nice chunk of profit there. Called out in our SPX group. That was a beautiful little trade. Apple is still the gift that's given right now. We could see a nice push back to the highs here. What a squeeze in the S&P here. Big squeeze. Big squeeze. Apple calls are ripping. SPY 693 calls printed. We ripping, we ripping. Look at Google. Look at Apple. QQQ. Let's go for the highs on the Qs. Look at Mr. Google ripping here. QQQ could easily revisit the highs here, guys. Easily. Easily. Don't sleep on those Qs. We got buy signals on the larger time frames. That dip was bought up hard. Hard buy dip. Nice. Go, Apple, go. Go back to the positive side. Squeeze your ass up. Potentially a higher low. Come on. Don't be surprised if Qs revisit the highs, guys. Google, new high of day. Oh my goodness, look at Google. Is there news on Google, guys? Can someone tell me if there's news on Google? I'm going to check my feed here. If anyone sees anything on Google, because the way Google's moving right now is just insane. How Alphabet surpassed Apple to come the second? Yep, we know that. AI chatbot started Google to settle lawsuits over teen suicides? Is that it? Is that the news? I don't know. But Google's just freaking a tank right now. Oof. My goodness. Goodness gracious me. Google wants a new all-time high. Not that far away, ladies and gents. Google is putting the market on its back right now and ripping. Come on, Mr. Apple Dapple. Get up there. Look at Apple. Squeeze it. 260 calls are ripping. Squeeze it, guys. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Come on. You got more, Apple. You got more. You got to go green, Apple. Come on. Flex your muscles. Give us a nice power hour push back to the highs. My upside target for SPY today was 694.50. Imagine we hit that by the end of the day. 694.50. That would be incredible. That would be incredible. SPY starting to drip a little bit lower here. Google having a bit of top wick sell side pressure. Bitcoin selling off a touch here. What a push there in the Qs and SPY. Very tricky tape here. We have a potential head and shoulders, which I don't think it's going to trigger. Hasn't triggered, but it's there. You just have too much. Your larger time frames are just super bullish right now. Come on. Come on, Apple. Keep going. Come on, SPY. Google's still trying to print to the high side. Nvidia's drilling here, guys. Nvidia is really starting to lose a bit of momentum intraday, so we need Nvidia to bounce here to take the market to the next leg higher. Come on, Apple. SPY starting to rip again. QQQ almost revisiting the highs. Nvidia now starting to gain some liquidity. Come on, Apple. Make a big push. Rip it. Rip it real good. Good SPY. Apple calls are still ripping. Come on, you got more in you, Apple. 260s are still printing here. We took in the SPX trading group 693 SPY calls down here at 122. Literally on this little bit of a candle here. Went a little bit lower, reverse it. Zeros printed quite nicely. Apple starting to gain some momentum. QQQ starting to go back to the highs. Rip it. Apple's pushing. Push it. Come on, Apple. You got more. Get back to that prior day low. Apple's still negative. I could see Apple going positive. QQQ almost back to the highs. Go, Apple. Go. Boom. SPY's still trying to push through that 693 zone. Apple. Can Apple go positive? It's going to try. It's going to try. Go, go, go. Apple's still down 30 cents. Give me that 30 cents, baby. Give me that 30 cents. Here we go. Apple calls are still printing. We printed on the 693 calls in the SPX group. Called out the Apple 260s free live here on the stream. And they're ripping. Come on, give us more. QQQ, give us a new high of day. All right, Google taking a little bit of a breather. Let's see if Nvidia and Apple can start to pick up the Google slack here. Come on, Apple. Give me a big surge. Give me a big surge into this little bit of a neckline. Apple's still squeezing. Go, baby, go. She moving. She's moving. Come on, Apple. Go green. Go green. Pump it up, guys. Pump it up. QQQ still trying to rip. SPY still trying to push. Bitcoin still curling down slightly. SPY up $1.26.18%. QQQ still leading the charge up 0.65%. You still have weakness in Apple, weakness in Meta. But the NASDAQ QQQ is looking like a boss. You're gonna Google put? Google's tough. Be careful with Google. It's a tough SOB. All right, Nvidia is starting to perk up here on the 10-minute chart, giving the QQQ a little bit more fuel to the fire. Apple still trying to get through that prior day area. Still trying here. Come on, Mr. Apple Dapple. You can do it. SPY still unrelenting, pushing to the upside. It's eating up that liquidity. Look at SPY go. Boom. What a bounce. What a crazy bounce. Back to OR high, opening range high on SPY. This is what happens when the larger time frames are still. So when you get large time frames giving you buy signals, this is what happens. You get these big V-shaped bounces. And right now, S&P and Qs, specifically the Qs, are in full buy mode right now. A little bit of resistance up here, which is A-OK. Still just consolidating. Come on, give me more. A little bit of selling in Apple. Nasty rejection off of OR high for SPY. QQQ seeing some sell side. SPY, big 1 minute candle down. That was a fatty. Fat candle down. Natural gas still looking good. Bitcoin losing momentum here. BTC down 3%. Taking out the lows, guys. Crypto looking a little bit heavy. Heavy on my heart. Heavy on my heart. SPY still taking a bit of a dip here. QQQ, hard 10-minute candle down. Apple still trying to hold steady, even with this market dipping. Come on. Google coming in a touch. Apple still trying to hold steady. Push on Apple. Come on, send it. Send it. Still long and strong Apple, guys. We're still under that prior day low on Apple. Crazy. Crazy. Push on Apple. Printing. Come on, get through that PDL. You've hammered that level a few times today. You can do it. Come on, you can do it. Come on, Apple. Give it to us. Don't you dare get rejected there again. Take you out. Come on, Apple. Get going. I know talking to the stock doesn't help it, but it helps me. Gotta go get a charger. That was a nasty rejection of PL. Oh, hold on. Just when you think you're gonna be breaking out here, they like to tease you. These apple bowls, man. All right, I need. Well, starting to lose a little bit of steam here. Going for another push here. Still long Apple. Come on, get through that prior day high. It's about time. S&P though, damn. S&P trying to take its party. Oh, nasty decline there on SPY. Oof, that's filthy. What a drop there in SPY, guys. Google coming in, QQQ, starting to roll a little bit. This is a heavy sell program, guys, hitting the tape. Really heavy. What the fuck's going on with brokerage? Oh, this bullshit. Apple's still holding steady here. Interesting. Markets are trying to trigger a head and shoulders pattern intraday. Could be a bit of a liquidity grab, but nasty little fall here. Just a little breakdown here in the market, potentially trying to trigger a head and shoulders intraday. Still technically at the neckline, but you've lost opening range low. So that is definitely a nasty little candle formation. Apple's still holding here, guys. So I'm just going to monitor the trade with a break-even stop loss. I'm still up nicely on the position. So I like the fact that Apple's trying to hold here near the highs of this consolidation as the S&P is breaking down. QQQ, big sell side rejection. You've had Google pull back quite sharply. Nvidia curling down. Come on, Apple. Break through. Break through. SPY might be too heavy, though. Yikes. Yeah, the market's breaking here. All right, I'm cutting my Apple calls here, guys. In profit. Cutting my Apple calls in profit. Market's going to be a bit too heavy here for my liking. They might just be shaking the tree here, but still have bigger buy programs on the larger time frame, but NVIDIA stick, getting a buy program on NVIDIA. Market's trying to roll over here. Market is rolling, testing a dark pool print zone. Getting a little bit heavier here in Spyland. A little bit of a head and shoulders potentially triggering here, guys. Intraday. Not a nice formation. High, lower high, low, lower, low. Unwinding. Bitcoin unwinding here. Nasty selling in BTC today. We're getting close to, I think, the bottom here. There will be some support, guys. Still seeing the market chopping here at the lows, head and shoulders on watch. Definitely some support down here, but it looks like there's going to be one more little flush here. That could be a buyable scalp if it flushes one more time. Apple's curling up. Google still selling. Nvidia's trying to hold. SPY's trying to bounce a little bit here. 1 minute wicks. Apple's starting to push. Google's still selling. Nvidia bouncing. SPY still working itself higher here. Beautiful. We just hit another SPX trade, guys, in the JK trading group. Locked in 17% gain on some 691 SPY calls. Bought the dip there. We're out of most of the trade in profit with some runners. And the trade is protected and risk-free. So let's see if we can just get this to squeeze now into the end of the day to help the runners print. Let's go. There's still a strong chance if this is a failed head and shoulders that we can push all the way back up to this neckline or opening range high, but we need to get through prior day high and the neckline. So it's a decent resistance zone here for SPY, but we could still get through it. Nvidia firming up, Apple curling up, Google's still selling, so that's putting a dampen on the party. Could be doing one of those end of day squeezes. We'll see. Apple pushing here. Google's bouncing, Nvidia's curling up. Could see a nice little push here in the indices. Big spot here for SPY. We get through this, you're going to burn the puts. If you get through this neckline, there's going to be a lot of short covering here. Having to chase price. It's a bit of a battleground right now, but if they can get through this, we'll push it up. Damn, Apple's looking solid now. Mr. Apple Dapple. Trying to squeeze. First rejection off the neckline, guys, for SPY. So again, the big level that the bulls want to recapture literally is this neckline, prior day high, or else everything right now is still bearish as we have an intraday head and shoulders. The only thing about this small time frame pattern is that you still have a very large bullish time frame pattern. The hourly, the 4 hour, the daily is still super strong. So this little pattern, this little head and shoulders, it's kind of luring people in to try to short it. You know, you might get one more dip down to call it 691.25. That's where I have the downside, but I don't know. I think that the larger time frame is still going to take hold, and I think we're going to push this S&P. I think it's going to have a strong close. That's just what I'm seeing. You look at Apple. Apple's breaking out again, pushing back higher here. Nice reversal back up on Apple. Nvidia's still chopping sideways up 1.27. Google. Caleb's saying they're expecting a 13% move on SoFi for earnings. That's why so much bullish call options. When are their earnings? Oh, their earnings are coming up here. What? End of the month. Yeah, I mean 13%. Even if you get a 13% move, your calls are still huge. I mean, I just don't see it. But if you hit that, you'll be rich. That's for sure. But a 52% move for SoFi in a month, very unlikely. Like crazy unlikely. I don't even know what those are trading at, but they're definitely lottos. QQQ looking a little bit better than SPY here. So SPY could get dragged up here. Q's definitely could get a bounce here. Holding the hourly chart 7 moving average, bouncing quite nicely. Trying to get a little bit of liquidity here. Apple, Nvidia still looking heavy, seeing some rejection. Position in ASML puts. Let's look at ASML real quick. Yeah, it's still a strong chart up here. Holding. All right, Nvidia's starting to curl up. Apple's still trying. Google's still softening here. SPY's still stuck under 692. That's crazy, ASML. Biotech short squeeze is in effect. Prime going to run 75 to 100% in the next 3 weeks. Let's look at PRME. I haven't actually looked at that in a while. Yeah, that's curling up quite nicely. Pullbacks can be bought for sure. That looks squeezy. Yeah, good observation, Dom. Good observation. Definitely could squeeze. Qs are still trying to curl to the upside here, while SPY's still stuck. Google's trying to bounce. Big breakdown here in the markets. QQQ getting hammered, Nvidia selling hard. Apple getting rejected off the breakout trend line. They're just burning a whole lot of theta right now. Trust me. Whoa. Yeah, Apple's struggling. Apple's struggling a lot. It could easily go to 260. Easily. It could also bounce to 263. So it's slightly oversold, but it's definitely struggling a lot. I see that too. Still seeing some continued sell side pressure in the market. Ugh. It is still selling off. This was my downside target that I had on SPY, literally right here. Um, Anything past this is a bit of overshoot, which we seem to be doing pretty sharply. Ooh, full liquidation here. Ooh, that's nasty. Look at that drop. Damn, puts would have paid. That was filthy. Damn. That was just disgusting. Market just tumbled. I wish I was still holding my puts from earlier today. Damn, so you broke opening range, bounced off of OR low, rejected OR high again, and it's been downhill. Downhill ever since. I'm okay with the market pulling back a bit. I'd like to see some see selling here. Ooh, ouch, 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 ouch. QQQ, smoked SPY, smoked. All right, there could be a pretty big bounce here, guys. For all of you speculative zero DTE bangers into the end of the session, Qs are hitting some 5-minute chart support. Definitely could be a decent sized bounce right here, right now. SPY retested a deviation band 1. Wow, super impressive. Super impressive price action today. It's been interesting, for sure. This is kind of why we were trimming a lot of our core longs into strength today. Because when the market gives you higher highs, you typically want to start trimming and selling. Oof. Look at the bloodbath. Are they going to take the Qs negative? Maybe. They just might. Apple giving it up. Nvidia giving it up. Gnarly sell. SPY down by $1.21.17. IWM down by 74 cents. Good old-fashioned rejection in the markets. There's definitely some support here, guys, though. So if we lose this level on SPY, then it's 689.90, my next support. But there's quite a bit here. It's a nice deviation band 1 retest. The last time we were trading at this area, this deviation band was basically Tuesday, yesterday, where we had a nice sell-off and reversal breakout off of this zone. So it's a healthy back test. Healthy back test in the market. So there's some support here. You can see this is where SPY got rejected on Tuesday, pulled back, and then a breakout consolidation bull flag. So it's going to be, I don't think we're going to take this level out today. There should be some sort of a defending of price here. You would think. You would think they would defend price here. Printed. We just took 690 calls off that low in the SPX group. Printing. Beautiful 0 DTE bounce. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I said there was some support here. JP, you nailed it with me. We both hit the same trade. Beautiful. Beautiful. 691 days. Crushed it. Nice job, JP. Yeah, we're all out. This is a gift of a pullback, guys. This is a gift of a pullback. I'm hoping for a little bit more, but we have definitely broken out on your larger time frames. I don't know how much more they're going to give us, but a nice pullback off of gap fill, filled the gap, back testing previous pivot high. QQQ still has bullish price action ahead. Power hour still sold. Yeah, we're in a bit of a sour hour. Basically since 3 o'clock, when we started over here, the market's fallen $1, so a little bit more. So it's a sour hour so far. We haven't really seen one of those big end of day pushes like we used to. Remember those like crazy 0DT moves where you'd go like $2 in SPY, like $20 in SPA? We haven't seen one of those for a very long time. Which honestly, you don't want to read into it too much, but it could be a little bit of a red flag telling us that speculative liquidity is drying up a bit. Maybe. Who knows? It's speculating, of course. Full speculation. Nasty day for crypto today. Pretty dirty day. SPY, new lows. Ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him. Another viable potential bounce here. Wait for the impulse flush. But definitely getting oversold. Positive divergence on your smaller time frame. You wait for that IV spike. And there could be a little bit of a play here. Again, it's risky. It's late in the session. All right, I'm going to take a QQQ call option, 0DT, once we take this low out here. Take the low out. It's going to be a blowout. I am in QQQ, 624 zeros. Size appropriately if you're going to play. Be still flushing. Things are getting gnarly. Uh-oh. Oh no. We flushing. New lows for the Qs. New lows. They're getting gnarly with They flushing us. It's a little bit of a bounce. Nice push. Come on, give us a little more. Give us a push. Nasty. And down she goes. S&P still super heavy here. You got Apple breaking down, Google selling, Nvidia still selling off, S&P losing 10-minute EMA 113 for the time being. Things are gnarly close here into the end of the day. Gnarly, gnarly, gnarly. Well, that was the little pop there. If you took an exit. Probably flush this market, guys. I mean, they're flushing already, but things are looking dirty. Dirty. SPY getting hammered. Hammered. Still no love for the market. Market is capitulating here. Crazy move down. They are still flushing it. It's a bloodbath. Apple's absolutely drilling. Apple just took out the lows of the session, guys. Apple took out the lows. Markets capitulating here into the end of the session. Apple new lows of day. Nvidia still holding somewhat steady. It prior day high. Holy moly. Crazy sell program into the end of the day here for the market. QQQ almost to the dark side, almost negative on your Qs. Still no love for your S&P 500 just yet. S&P still drilling. Google drilling. Apple heavy. So quite a bit of volume off of this prior day high on Qs, but nasty sell-off into the end of the session. Qs are still positive. Russell and SPY are negative. Meta dragged down Apple lows of the session. Apple just got obliterated, man. Damn. I'm glad I cut my Apple calls early because that was a nasty sell. That was very filthy. Good. MOC coming up still in 5 minutes, guys. Market on close. I feel like it's going to be a buy side pressure, but damn, nasty. Still sideways, yep. Still sideways. Big push. There she goes. Natural gas still looking somewhat constructive here, guys. All right, guys, I'm going to call this stream to an end here just a little early. Good job taking profits on Amazon, Tempest AI. What else did we sell today? Oh, and Chipotle. Yeah, Amazon, Chipotle, Tempest. Nice job taking profits in the investing group and the options group. We pretty much were selling some of our core longs at the highs and a nice little dip there into the end of the day. Again, even with this dip, guys, the market's still bullish. And we have to ask ourselves a couple questions here. One, when's Nvidia going to break out of this bull flag? Because when it does, this market's going to full send to the upside. And two, is Apple going to bounce off this weekly EMA? Getting pretty oversold on the daily chart here and intraday. So you got two large companies that potentially are on the precipice of seeing a little bit of bullish liquidity. Don't know how much Apple is going to bounce, but it should bounce soon enough. I mean, maybe there's a bit more, but there is some daily chart, certainly some 4-hour chart support here, but it could just chop sideways. Whoops, what's that doing? 579. Look at a couple other things here, guys. UNG has, whoops, is that UNG? Oh, that's a 1-minute chart. No wonder. It looks weird. UNG looking constructive, like it does want to push higher. I don't want to get too excited with natural gas, but it's showing some glimmers and signs of potential life here. trying to trigger a potential inverse head and shoulders on the hourly chart, which does give you at least a move to 353, if not higher. So we'll watch that very, very closely. Reroll. This market. They hammered it down. What's WDC doing? Still down 8.9. How's Freeport? Down 1.26. All right, guys, take it easy. We'll see you all tomorrow. Cheers, everybody.